Good morning, and welcome to Thursday, June 22nd meeting of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety. Hereby called to order. Today we have 3 bills on our agenda, but first let me apologize for the late start as we were trying to work out some technical cable issues. Thank you, media, for your quick work. The bills are before us today. The first expands the definition of a disabled veteran. The second allows for expanded parking privileges for expectant mothers and newborns. And the third establishes policy for medical and geriatric parole. I want to thank the sponsors of these measures as we have these discussions today. Before we get started, as the chairman of the Committee of Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, I want to first remind everyone of the importance of preparing for hurricane season. We had a close call this week with tropical storm, I believe, Brett, the name is. I know we typically look for these storms in the latter of August into September as the time for big storms. However, we should know that the storm could come just about any time. And we are forecast to have a fairly active season this year. So I want to encourage everyone to make your plans and preparations now and not later, if you have not done so already. As the committee chairman that oversees the general public safety issues, I must speak to something else this morning that is troubling to me as I'm sitting here looking at some of these pictures. Yesterday, there was a safari accident on the island of St. Thomas that could have been a tremendous tragedy. The fact is that many of these safaris are not street legal vehicles, yet this government continues to license them and have them on our roadways. I can't speak to the specific safari yesterday that was in the incident, but we all know that there are many issues with these vehicles, to include not having seat belts and other basic safety measures in place. In addition to the safety risks, I have a real concern that if there was ever to be a major accident with injuries or failure with one of these safaris, you know who this thing gonna fall on, right? It's gonna be the government's responsibility, because the government continues to license these vehicles to be on the roadways, and therefore they'll be liable. The law is clear as to these safaris not being able to operate on our roadways. So at some point, I'll be having a discussion, this committee will be having a discussion with the Virgin Islands Police Department, the Bureau of Motor Vehicle, and the Attorney General's office to this regard. Once again, let me wish one and all a good morning and welcome our testifiers and our staff and members to the chambers and the conference room here on St. Croix, the chambers on St. Thomas. I do see a couple of my colleagues on St. Thomas. And at this time, Madam Clerk, I'll ask for a roll call.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Senator Angel Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff present. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Here.
Senator Fonseca present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Present.
Senator Francis Heiliger present. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens.
Here.
Senator Gittens present. Mr. Chair, we have 5 present, 2 absent.
Thank you. We do have a quorum and shall proceed. Madam Clerk, can you read today's agenda into the record?
Today's agenda, committee hearing scheduled for 10 a.m. Thursday, June 22nd, 2023. Please be advised that the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety has scheduled a legislative hearing for 10 a.m. Thursday, June 22nd, 2023 in the Fritz LaWest Legislative Conference Room on St. Croix. The committee is expected to hear testimony and have discussions on bills that fall under the jurisdiction of this committee and were assigned to the committee for proper vetting. The hearing will be conducted in person. Block 1, 10 a.m., Bill 35-0035, an act amending Title 20 Virgin Islands Code, Part 2, Chapter 39, Section 436B, expanded the definition of disabled veteran for the purposes of eligibility for handicap window decals. Testifiers, Patrick D. Farrell, Director, Office of Veterans Affairs. Barbara Jackson, Director, Bureau of Motor Vehicles. Bill number 35-0046, an act amending Title 20 Virgin Islands Code, Part 2, Chapter 43, Subchapter 1, to establish parking for expectant mothers or mothers with newborns. Testifier, Ray Martinez, Commissioner, VI Police Department. Barbara McIntosh, Director, Bureau of Motor Vehicles. Margaret Sproul, Physician, Obstetrics and Gynecology. Lunch at noon on Block 2, beginning at 1 p.m. Bill number 35-0045, an act amending Title 5 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 407, relating to the eligibility for parole by adding Section 4601A to establish medical parole as a basis for parole. Further amending Title 5 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 407, by adding Section 4601B to establish geriatric parole as a basis for parole and for other related purposes. Testifiers, Dennis Howell, Chairman of the VI Parole Board. Chesty Roebuck, Vice Chair, VI Parole Board. Bentley Thomas, Member, VI Parole Board. Dr. Linda Callwood, Medical Director, VI Bureau of Corrections. That's the end of the agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
As you proceed, may you state from whom first, and then you may proceed.
Letter from Honorable Senator Javon E. James. Dear Mr. Chairman, please excuse my absence from today's scheduled hearing on the Committee of Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety. Due to unforeseen circumstances beyond my control, I am unable to attend. I apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. Thank you for your kind consideration in this matter. Respectfully, Javon E. James Sr., Senator, 35th Legislature. Letter from Senator Angel Bolquez Jr., Senator at Large. Dear Mr. Chair, please be advised that due to a previously scheduled engagement, I will be absent from today's meeting of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety. Please mark my initial absence as excused as I look forward to joining the next committee meeting. Thank you for your time and understanding. Angel Bolquez Jr., Senator at Large, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Letter dated June 12, 2023 from Mario M. Brooks, Essence. Thank you for your invitation to appear at the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety hearing scheduled for Thursday, June 22nd, 10 a.m. in the Earl B. Alley Legislative Chambers on St. Thomas. I have been asked to provide testimony on Bill 35-0046, an act amending 20 VIC to establish parking for expectant mothers or mothers with newborns. My staff and I have previously scheduled commitments. Therefore, we are unable to attend. Regards, Mario M. Brooks, Acting Police Commissioner. That's the end of the correspondence, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The chair hereby acknowledges the absence of Senators Javon E. James Sr. and Angel Bolquez Jr. The chair also acknowledges the absence of the Virgin Islands Police Department. However, I want to remind agency heads again, that's the reason for you having an able staff, and all correspondence from my office are clear to agency heads that if you yourself is unable to attend, that you assign the next able body person with knowledge and direct oversight of the area to partake in these hearings. It really sickens me at times when agencies are saying we didn't even have an opportunity to weigh in. But when we grant these opportunities, then there's a no-show. So in this case, I'm saying, besides a commissioner, we have 2 assistant commissioners. We have a deputy commissioner. We have 2 chiefs of police. We have 2 deputy chiefs of police. We also have 2 traffic commanders, 1 from each district. This is up to about 9 people that somebody should have been able to be here and weigh in on this as we discuss not 1, but 2 measures that pertains directly to Title 20 of the Virgin Islands Code, which addresses our traffic safety laws. Again, for future, I'm just asking that we make ourselves available for these matters. At this time, I'll ask for a systems check. I don't think that we have. If we have anyone up online, can you please acknowledge yourself first?
Good morning, Mr. LaFawn, Assistant Director, Bureau of Motor Vehicles.
Good morning, sir. Thank you for being with us. Anyone else online, just so we could have a systems check? No one else? Okay. So at this time, who speaks to... Let me get my bearings together here. Who speaks to the first bill, bill number 35, that's 0035?
Mr. Chair, I do.
Senator Johnson, you're recognized for the introduction of bill number 35, that's 0035.
Good morning to you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the viewing and listening audience. It's a pleasure to be here today, and I do concur with you. I would have definitely liked to have someone from the Department of Public Safety. However, they say that they couldn't make it today, but, you know, in all respect, they support this measure. And bill number 35, 0035 is very straightforward. You know, I had some meetings with some of the veterans in Legion Hall some time back, and the veteran plates used to have a decal inside of the plate saying disabled. It was removed because there wasn't a law allowing them to put this decal on the plate. In having meetings with motor vehicle, having meetings with Veteran Affairs Patrick Farrell and Director for Motor Vehicle Barbara McIntosh, they all concur that we should do this and give those veterans who serve the respect to have that on their plate. And that's how bill number 35-0035, an act amending Title 20 of the Virgin Island Codes, Part 2, Chapter 39, Section 436B, expanding the definition of disabled veteran for the purpose of eligibility for handicap window decal. And that's how it's actually created, to actually put that back in the language. It will break it down a lot more. So, I'll hear from my colleagues and hear their input. And I think there's some testimony from Veteran Affairs Patrick Farrell. And I think we have a gentleman here from BMV. What's your name, sir? Sorry, please.
That's fine. Leon Lafon.
Mr. Lafang is here. So I'll listen to the testimony that need to be read into the record and then have Mr. Lafang do his testimony. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. At this time, so I don't see the Director of Veterans Affairs online. So I will proceed with the testimony from the Assistant Director of BMV. You're recognized for your testimony.
Leon Lafon, Assistant Director of the Bureau of Motor Vehicles. Good morning, Honorable Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, Chairman of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, other members of the committee, the listening and viewing audience. On behalf of Director Barbara McIntosh, I am Leon Lafon, Assistant Director of the Bureau of Motor Vehicles. I am here today to provide testimony on Bill number 35-0035, an act amending Title 20 Virgin Islands Code, Part 2, Chapter 39, Section 436B, that would expand the definition of disabled veteran for the purposes of eligibility for a handicapped window decal. We thank and applaud the bill sponsor, Senator Franklin D. Johnson. The Bureau of Motor Vehicles is in full support of this bill, since it would also allow the Virgin Islands Office of Veteran Affairs the opportunity to issue license plates with the disabled veterans decal. Currently, the Virgin Islands Code refers only to the license plates with the disabled veterans decal issued by the United States Veterans Administration. Once again, we thank Senator Johnson for spearheading this initiative, and we look forward to continuously serving the people of the Virgin Islands as an agency that stands by our motto, excellence is all we do.
Thank you, Assistant Director. I think we have a letter from Director Farrell. Madam Clerk, are you in position to read that into the record, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And I'll do so at this time, but normally I'm not a chair that really likes to have testimony read into the record, and my colleagues and I are unable to have a discussion back and forth, but because of the merit of the bill before us, I will allow for the correspondence to be read. You may proceed.
Testimony from Virgin Islands Office of Veterans Affairs, June 22nd, 2023. Honorable Kenny L. Gittins, Chairman of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, other senators of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands of the United States, all that are present, listening via radio or viewing via the legislature's Legit TV. Good morning to you. Additional greetings to my comrades in and out of uniform, known to you as the veterans of this beloved territory. Thank you once again for your service to our country. Last but never least, to the staff of the Virgin Islands Office of Veterans Affairs, to whom I refer to as the pillars of this agency, Ms. Daniel, Ms. Fredericks, Ms. Gording, and Ms. Hewitt. Thank you for your service to our territory's veterans. I am Patrick D. Farrell, your Director of Virgin Islands Office of Veterans Affairs. Please excuse my physical absence as I am currently out of the territory chairing the National Association of State Directors of Veterans Affairs Southeast District meeting. Today, it is my pleasure to provide testimony on Bill number 35-0035, an act amending Title 20 Virgin Islands Code, Part 2, Chapter 39, Section 436B, expanding the definition of disabled veterans for the purposes of eligibility for a handicapped window decal. In my understanding of the intent of this bill will clarify the definition of a disabled veteran in the Virgin Islands. This new and proposed definition is in line with the definitions of a disabled veteran in accordance with the United States Department of Veterans. This bill will also allow a path for the proper issuance of disabled window decals and veteran license plates with a disabled emblem if necessary. For this reason, I am in full support of the bill. Bill number 35-0035 will enhance the quality of life for a significant portion of veterans residing within the Virgin Islands. Thank you to the sponsor of this bill for having the foresight and the will to make this a priority on behalf of the veterans of the Virgin Islands. We all thank you. Chairman Gittins, distinguished members of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, other senators of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands of the United States, the Office of Veterans Affairs respects the important work that you have done and continue to do to enhance the quality of life and well-being of our territory's veterans and their families. With your help and continued support, we can ensure our veterans and their needs continue to be adequately resourced and remain a priority. The challenges we overcome today become the foundation of our promise to serve those who have borne the battle, their families, and their survivors. Our commitment to veterans and the Virgin Islands and those veterans who decide to make this their home within our shores will remain steadfast. Thank you for allowing me to have my testimony read into the record. Director Farrell. That's the end of the testimony, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, now we will open up for a discussion on this bill before us. We'll start out with 5 minutes, starting with the Honorable Alma Francis Heiliger on St. Thomas.
Good morning to my colleagues, to the people of the territory. Good morning to staff. When it comes to this piece of legislation, I don't have much to say. It's a no-brainer. I don't think I need to spend 5 minutes to speak the obvious. When it comes to our veterans, we have to do whatever it takes in order to make sure that they get the services, to make sure they are treated the way that they should be treated. And yes, this is something that we've done in the past, and because of a legal loophole that didn't exist, we are now correcting something and making it right in the code. So I am definitely looking forward. I did sign on this piece of legislation. I'm 100% in support of it. And thank you so much for the time. But what I want to also do is to introduce my intern for the summer. Ms. White is working in my office, and she has been learning quite a bit. Come, Ms. White. She's been learning quite a bit here as my intern, and I just wanted to give her opportunity to say hi. Here, my dear.
Good morning. My name is Randy White, and I am a summer intern for the Office of Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Thank you.
Is there anything you would like to do, Okay. Well, I just wanted to let her, we have these students that we hire on an annual basis, and we try to introduce them to different jobs and things that they would like to do and learn. So I'm very appreciative that she's had the opportunity to work in my office. And again, I support this piece of legislation 100%. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator, and welcome to your student. I'm sure you'll learn a great deal. At this time, we recognize the committee's vice chair, the Honorable Ray Fonseca.
Yes, blessings, pleasant good morning to everyone, and thank you very much for the chair, for the time, Mr. Chair, the Honorable Senator Gittins. I too will also like to introduce to the viewing and listening audience my summer intern, Miss Ayana Fred. Miss Ayana Fred, introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Ayana Fred. I go to the University of the Virgin Islands. I'm in school for psychology. This would be my sophomore year. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fred. We're hoping that you remain in the territory and contribute because, you know, we always welcome qualified folks. Yes, Mr. Chair, I too am in support of Bill number 35-0035, disabled veterans, the decal, the definition, all of those things is very important to make sure that we get that right. So at the appropriate time, I will definitely be in support of this. But, you know, I wanted to take this opportunity to digress to an important matter that is very dear to my heart. And, you know, we in the times now where that storm Brett, B-R-E-T, it's circling wrong. It looks like it might not come here. But Vitima was here before the budget committee yesterday, and they have 156 funded positions, and they do not have one meteorologist. You see, a meteorologist is a scientist. They track, they predict the weather, et cetera, et cetera. We have a lot of uses for a meteorologist in the Virgin Islands. First of all, in Point Udall in St. Croix is the most eastern point of the United States. Most of the storms are coming from the east going to the west. We are relying on Puerto Rico to give us the information. I don't have a problem with that, but I'm saying we also need to generate information. We have fishermen in our community that leave the house late at night. They would benefit by having a reliable forecast to let them know if these seas are dangerous, to stay home and don't go out, risk your life. We have a substantial boating community. We have a lot of people go to the beaches. Sometimes people drown. They would benefit if they can know where these currents, etc., is that are dangerous, that can cause lives. In addition to that, like I said yesterday, our airports, we have 2 international airports, we have 2 seaports. They can also benefit from having a local meteorologist. So I'm telling Vitima, you have to come modern. You know, yesterday you're telling me that a hurricane hunter gonna go and fly out into the storm. All this information is available on the cloud, and there are drones now.
1 minute.
Drones go out and drop missiles and bombs, and the drones can go out and fly into these storms and don't risk their lives. We in the Virgin Islands are right now rebuilding from Maria and Irma. It's $5-something billion. It costs lives. So I'm asking you to consider to add a meteorologist onto your budget, Vitima. We need someone that can track and predict and monitor the progress, the severity of the storms, the winds in the areas, the seas, the currents, et cetera, et cetera. And thank you very much. I will be supporting bill number 35-0035 at the appropriate time. Blessings.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Right on the nick of time. You know, I slept on that and starting to agree with you. But I'll go to the next speaker. We'll get back to that. The sponsor of the bill, Senator Franklin D. Johnson, not Roosevelt. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. I've been called all kind of names, so I won't surprise if you slip one of these days and call me Roosevelt too. But I definitely appreciate all my colleagues' support, and I appreciate both agency, motor vehicle, and public safety in support of this measure. And as I said prior, I had a meeting that I had in Legion Hall with the veterans. It was a very interesting meeting, and they gave me some ideas, and one of the things that they were passionate about was having this decal put back in that veteran plate. They are proud people. They served this country well. And by all rights, those that was injured should be able to display that in their plate with all honor and dignitaries that comes with it. I too want to also join on with Mr. Senator Fonseca. And I think one of the things that he didn't say about having that meteorologist is when a storm passes the Virgin Island, and heading to the United States, there's no conversation about what's behind coming. They focus solely on them. And if we do have our own meteorologists, at least we will have someone abreasting us and keeping us up with all the other storms that are traveling. And this have happened many times. Sometimes the storm done pass us. As long as that thing going towards the United States, church out. Nobody hear nothing about anything that's coming because they only studying what's happening at present with them and the way to them. We now here wondering, trying to get news and information about the next one that leave the runway coming down to us. So I definitely hope that they take heed and definitely do that. And I don't have to say it at the appropriate time. I definitely will be moving this measure and supporting it. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And what we'll do is we'll take the vote at the end. So I will move to, I don't think anyone else has joined us. So we will hold on to 35-0035. Hold on, that we'll hold off on the vote. And we'll move into the introduction of Bill number 35-0046. Who speaks to that? I believe it's also you, Senator Johnson.
I do.
Media, you can recognize the mic of Senator Johnson for the introduction of Bill number 35-0046 to establish parking for expectant mothers and mothers with newborns.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Bill number 35-0046 is very simple and straightforward. In many other states, you find where a pregnant mom sometimes goes through a very difficult time, sometimes with her pregnancy. Some mother, from the day they get pregnant, they have an issue and a lot of complex and problems carrying this child. And when they go to the store, grocery store, to the pharmacy, or to the doctor, wherever it may be, they are not allowed to park in a handicap parking. So by doing this, and this bill is very clear, it's only addressing areas that have 50 or more parking space. So you won't have one every place. You won't have one every place. I see you smiling. But we'll definitely will be having it in areas that have 50 or more parking space. And again, you know, the two agencies that's involved, Department of Public Safety is fully in support of it. They had a little issue when we discussed this measure because on the island of St. Thomas, there isn't much parking space. And when I explained to them that it only addresses areas that have 50 or more parking space, they then concurred that they definitely in support of the measure. So at the appropriate time, I definitely will be moving this measure. I think it's something we need to come up in the speed of time to make sure that all pregnant mom, expecting mom that goes through difficulty will have a parking space only for pregnant mom and expecting moms. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. I'm glad that the Virgin Islands Police Department, that is, expressed that to you because they ain't here today to tell us anything. But thank you for the introduction of that. I see we're not using much time. I'll reduce that time now to 4 minutes. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Hi, good morning once again. I do not support this piece of legislation in its current form. One thing I will have to say is I'm very much concerned about the additional occupancy of parking space. Now, I happen to be female. We were born and built to carry babies. And when it comes to me, I look at things from a data, a statistical, as well as also potential health issue. My concern has to do with creating legislation that would potentially affect masses. Now, when I took the time out to do some statistical data on how many children are born in the Virgin Islands on an annual basis, it's a little bit under roughly about 200 babies are born in the territory. So let's round it off to say we have 200 pregnancies. Now you have then a situation where not every single mother is going to have an ailment or have an issue or a concern where it's an issue for them that they have a need to have to be so close to be able to utilize this additional parking space. So even if we remove those women that possibly might never use this space, or even remove women that don't drive, even if we cut that down to 100 women on an annual basis that potentially might use this throughout the entire territory, I'm still looking at it from a mathematical standpoint as to why we potentially need in an area, as the chairman clearly just said, we already have a lot of parking issues. Now, I am also looking at it from why can't we, and I actually submitted to amend this piece of legislation and write it a little bit different. Why can't we just amend the handicap laws where we could temporarily issue to expectant mothers that come in and apply because they are having a physical ailment to also be able to utilize that space, let's say for maybe a 6-month period? Because usually from the time of gestation, that when you're pregnant up until almost 10 months, because as much as we say it's 9 months, the average pregnancy is almost 10 months in reality. But when you do that, let's say within those first couple of months, the average woman might not be aware a lot of times that they're pregnant. And by the time they figure it out and they're dealing with, okay, we're pregnant, and they're recognizing I might have an issue. By the time I am in month 5, 6, I can't walk, I need to get closer space, they're able to then potentially go in and apply. Hopefully they get it right away, whether we put it in the code at the DMV to get a handicap sticker because they're an expectant mother. I could see us doing that. But if we're potentially now going to create another parking space that is just going to potentially sit there, because you're now talking about potentially across the entire territory in parking spaces, 50 or more, for potentially out of the 200 births that we have on an annual basis, even cutting it in half at 100 women that might utilize these spaces. And I stress the word might, because all of them are not going to utilize it. There's a lot of women that don't have any physical ailments or issues throughout their pregnancy. A lot of them want to walk and exercise because it's a plus for them. So I'm looking at it from a different aspect. I appreciate what you're attempting to do, but I'm also looking at it from a practical, and I understand that some of these things are done nationally, but every single thing that is done nationally where it has millions upon millions of people is something totally different. What we would do here in a population based on the last census is roughly about 90,000, even I'll go to 100,000 individuals. And if I look where I came up with the numbers, I took the time out to do some research where I looked at where CDC, the World Health Organization, puts us at an average of about 2.2 births per every 1,000 persons here in the territory. So when I'm looking at that number holistically, I'm asking about the practicality of us setting aside another space to be there for roughly maybe 100 women that could utilize it at any given moment.
Senator,
And that is, yes, my time is up.
no, I humbly apologize. You was on such a roll that I didn't want to interrupt you, but they say hurry dog, eat raw meat. I went straight to the debate, neglecting to have the testimonies read or even spoken. So my apologies.
Well, okay.
And we'll come back to you again. Don't worry, I'll reinstate your 4 minutes. You were on a roll.
Oh, I can happily take it again. Thank you.
That I know. That I know. My apologies to everyone. Assistant Director, are you ready, Lafan?
Yes, sir.
My humble apologies, sir.
No problem.
See,
I know you want to cut on.
if you were in the chambers, I would have caught on already. But y'all and this technical
He
thing.
was he was a good student, so you paid attention.
Obviously, I wasn't. I'll
Good
admit.
morning, Honorable Senator Kenneth Gittins, Chairman of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, other members of the committee, the listening and viewing audience. On behalf of Director McIntosh, I am Leon Lafon, Assistant Director of the Bureau of Motor Vehicles. I am here today to provide testimony on Bill number 35-0046, an act amending Title 20 Virgin Islands Code, Part 2, Chapter 43, Subsection 1, to establish parking for expectant mothers and mothers with newborns. Again, we thank and applaud the bill sponsor, Senator Franklin D. Johnson. The Bureau of Motor Vehicles will honor and support the legislation of this bill. Thank you.
Oh, Jesus. Anybody doing any research?
Thank you, Assistant Director. Is Dr. Sproul online? Or in the St. Thomas chambers? If not, Madam Clerk, you have testimony to be read for this bill?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
How many do you have?
One testimony from the Virgin Islands Police Department.
Okay, you may proceed.
Honorable Kenneth L. Gittins, members of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, other members of the 35th Legislature, and the listening and viewing audience. It is with favorable support we submit testimony on Bill 35-0046, an act amending 20 VIC to establish parking for expectant mothers or mothers with newborns. This bill, an important measure, would improve the quality of life and safety of many women and children in our community and the territory. Pregnancy and childbirth are physically and emotionally demanding experiences that can have lasting effects on a woman's health and well-being. According to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, about 1 in 4 women experience some form of complication during pregnancy or delivery, such as high blood pressure, diabetes, infections, or hemorrhaging. These conditions can make it difficult or dangerous for pregnant women to walk long distances or carry heavy loads. Moreover, after giving birth, many women face challenges such as postpartum depression, breastfeeding difficulties, sleep deprivation, and chronic pain. These factors can also impair their mobility and comfort. States have varying rules and regulations. However, there are some states, such as Georgia and Oklahoma, that view pregnancy as a temporary disability. In those states, pregnant mothers are allowed a disability pass that is valid 30 days past their projected due date. In 2017, the General Assembly of Pennsylvania passed House Bill number 1038, which was an act providing for the creation of special parking spaces for pregnant women and for a penalty of a violation thereof. By providing designated parking spaces for expectant mothers or mothers with newborns, we can ease some of the burdens and risks that these women face every day. We can also show our respect and appreciation for their contribution to our society and our future. This bill would not only benefit the women themselves, but their families, employers, and customers. More importantly, it would reduce the stress and fatigue that can affect their productivity and performance at work, and increase their access to essential services and facilities such as healthcare, education, shopping, and recreation. This bill is not a novel or radical idea. It is necessary. In fact, many states and territories in the United States have already enacted similar legislation to provide parking accommodations for pregnant women or new mothers. For example, Hawaii, Illinois, Maryland, New Jersey, New York, Oklahoma, Texas, Utah, and Guam have all passed laws that require public or private entities to reserve parking spaces for this population group. These laws have been well received and implemented by various stakeholders, such as government agencies, businesses, schools, hospitals, malls, airports, and parks. Therefore, it is without reservation we support this passing of Bill 35-0046 and urged you to join the ranks of progressive and compassionate jurisdictions that value and protect the health and dignity of women and children. This bill is a significant step towards creating a more inclusive and supporting environment for our mothers and babies. Thank you for your time and your attention. That's the end of the correspondence from the VIPD, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I think we've now exhausted all the testimony. We still have not heard from our physician, Dr. Sproul. So, did she submit a testimony? All right, you may read it into the record, Madam Clerk. Are you prepared? You need some time?
No, I got it. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Senator Gittins and Senator Fonseca, Chair and Vice Chair of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, and all senators present. My name is Lavon Calasuno. I'm a board-certified family nurse practitioner with a specialty in women's health. Thank you for inviting me to testify on Bill number 35-0046 regarding the amendment of Title 20 Virgin Islands Code, Part 2, Chapter 43, Subchapter 1, to establish parking for expectant mothers and mothers with newborns. Over the last decade, there has been a marked increase in the number of retailers that have implemented stork parking or expectant mother parking. This has become more prominent across the United States, spreading from many countries in Europe, where it is very common to provide these reserved parking to accommodate mothers during the third trimester of pregnancy, those with disability during pregnancy, and families with small children under the age of 1. The parking spaces are located close to the entrance of the building and are a bit wider than the standard parking spaces, equivalent to the specs of handicap parking. This is to accommodate for the space needed to open the vehicle door as wide as possible to allow the pregnant mother to get in and out safely and comfortably, and for those with small children to get the children and or their car seats in and out of the car safely, especially those with twins and multiples. Expectant mothers parking is designed to address and alleviate the difficulties pregnant women and new parents face, such as difficulty walking long distances during pregnancy and handling their own possessions while keeping their children safe. As a new mother myself, I can personally speak to the difficulties of getting in and out of the car while pregnant when someone has parked too close, struggling to get a baby and or the car seat out if you cannot open the door wide enough, and making the transition from solo shopping to shopping, loading the goods, stroller, and baby into the car. The permit or placard for this specially assigned parking is usually obtained through the Department of Motor Vehicle via an application for temporary disability parking privileges accompanied by a physician statement. I have listed the fees attached to this designated car park for several states and a few other islands. After researching the fees for temporary disability parking placards for 25 states, 12 states offer the placards for free of charge. 11 states offer the placard for $6 or less, and Tennessee and Florida are the most expensive at $10 and $15 respectively. The cost in the BVI is $10, Hawaii is $12, and Puerto Rico is $15. This shows that our current fee of $10 for a temporary placard is reasonable in comparison. The allocation for safe and convenient parking for pregnant women and families with small children is a great way to show concern for their special population, but should in no way impose a financial burden. Overall, establishing parking for expectant mothers and families with small children up to 1 year of age is an excellent way to show support and acknowledge the challenges this population faces in day-to-day life and decreases the stress during routine errands, doctor's appointments, etc., while also generating revenue for the territory. Thank you. That's the end of that correspondence, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I will proceed back to the good Senator, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. Good morning once again. To continue my dialogue, I'm happy some of that testimony was read because some aspects of it do support what I was sharing in regards to potentially having temporary cards as opposed to, from my perspective, creating a separate parking space. I don't have a problem. I guess for me, I have a thought process that based on even what the testimony did share, that about 1 in 4 women will have medical issues or concerns during a pregnancy. So again, I am going to go based on our numbers here in a population of possibly 90 to 100,000 people, that based on the data, we have about 200 pregnancies, births a year. And if we're going to look at it from a number standpoint, if even half of those women utilize these parking spaces, my concern is now creating an additional space that across the board with those out of those 200 women, some might not drive, some might not have any health issues or even have a concern. It's not an issue for them to park wherever and walk. Women were built for this. But at the end of the day, I understand what the attempt is, but I also still have to look at it from a practical standpoint and the need. A lot of times we speak about things that people are doing nationally, but our population is not millions upon millions of people where someone might have a parking space of 50 or more. It's not the same dynamics when it comes to how our population is set up. So when you have maybe millions of women being pregnant in the state of California, and we only have 200 here in the Virgin Islands, to now attempt to mimic the same identical thing. So for me, again, I personally would like to see this piece of legislation amended
30 seconds.
where it's a situation where even I would be even more amenable to increase the handicap parking lot, because in many states, they did not create a separate space for expectant mothers. What they did is they allowed them to get handicap passes for whether it was 6 months up to 12 months as an expectant mother. Some did, like my colleague is sharing this piece of legislation a few months after they've given birth while they maneuver. So for me, I would quicker see something like that, even if we have to increase
Time.
the handicap spot to now include expectant mothers on a temporary basis. But I cannot see from a practical standpoint, I just want to wrap up quickly. I cannot see from a practical standpoint in our population where approximately 200 women are pregnant, approximately maybe 100 women might use these parking spaces on an annual basis. And we are now going to designate something that potentially might be sitting there and might not be used for months at a time. That's a concern for me. Thank you very much for the additional time.
Thank you, Senator, and I must say I concur with a lot of your sentiments and do share concerns of blocking another parking space rather than amending the disabled parking legislation. Hence my statement earlier too for the absence of the Virgin Islands Police Department, their traffic division, or even the Office of Highway Safety, which comes under their jurisdiction. These agencies are to be data-driven and should have been here to weigh in. While the testimony was a bit fancy and thought out, there was no data. And so I'm saying that at least the Office of Highway Safety and or the Traffic Division should have been here to weigh in. However, They're not here. Point of information before I go to the next senator. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want for everyone to look at this measure and look at it in its totality. Section 3, Title 20, the Virgin Island Code, Chapter 43, Subchapter 1, Section 513 is amended by adding a paragraph 5 that reads as follows: notwithstanding any other law to the contrary of all fines collected pursuant to Section 497G of this subchapter must be distributed as follows: 25% to Woman Coalition of St. Croix, 25% to Family Resource Center, Inc., and 50% to the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands. So this measure just doesn't put a parking space, and the fine of $500 is also designed to try to make sure that we assist these organizations that help mothers and mothers that has issue. So I want to make sure that we look at this in its totality. And the handicap parking space doesn't do none of that. That money doesn't go no place but to the territorial court. This measure, 2 different percentage of this money goes to help Woman Coalition on St. Croix, and the other one goes to Family Resource, and then the remainder go to the territorial court. So I wanted to make sure I bring this to the forefront, that this measure has some penalties. It's a $500 penalty. And yes, we need to do it. In fact, Plaza West already have up that sign for pregnant mom, but there's no penalty included in it. So we definitely want to make sure that we look at it in its totality and see the benefit that it's bring to agency such as Women Coalition and Family Resources in St. Thomas. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Point of information.
Thank you. And while I understand what you're saying, Senator, that's the legislature's responsibility to appropriate funding to the organizations that you spoke of. However, simply putting this measure in to have another funding source, I'm just not in the agreement at this time. But we could have further discussions, because I'm of the opinion as well that we should have amended the disabled parking for those who might be temporarily disabled. But Senator Francis Eiliger, you had a point of inquiry as well?
I do understand what my colleague is attempting to do in regards to sharing the wealth. But if we're looking at data and numbers, if we have an average of 200 births, and even if 50% of the women come in and apply for this at $10 a pop, that's $1,000. And for $1,000 to be divided according, some of them might get $200. I'm not seeing the significant impact. But if we do amend the handicap section, I think it's $1,000 per penalty. If you do park it's 500? Well, no.
The disabled parking
is $1,000.
The disabled parking is $1,000.
Exactly. So if we wanted to attempt to improve that, we could amend that section. So when people do violate, we could also potentially send some of that monies to these agencies if that's what you want to do. But I still have to make decisions across the board holistically for the masses and what's in the best interest for as many people as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Vice Chair of the committee, Senator Ray Fonseca, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Yes, to the senator that preceded me, yes, the 1,000 is a handicap. This one here is a $500 minimum fine. Mr. Chair, I do support Bill 35-0046. I have, nothing is perfect, and I think I would recommend we move it through this committee, and then the amendments can come at a later time. I have one particular concern in that on page 2 of the testimony from our nurse practitioner, they mentioned that it's the difficulties of pregnant women and new parents. And on page 3, it said women and families with small children. And again on page 4. And then in the VIPD testimony, page 2, it said it will benefit women and their families. So I just want to make sure, just for example, say mommy have a baby, the baby young, and she's sick, but daddy now got to go pick up some medicine and stuff. Can he use that decal to park and not get a fine? Because it's to benefit the mother that could be ill. I just want to make sure that the family is benefiting from it also in that. It's a $500 fine. So, that's a big fine. So I ain't going to park there because I ain't want a fee. But, the medicine have to get there. So I just wanted to clarify that one thing, and I wanted to mention one other thing too in that, with these times of hurricanes, these are stressful times in our community, especially our seniors, our elders. The statistics show that we need to build more elderly facilities for our seniors, but we're going to get back to that another time. But we have to build more suitable facilities for our elderlies. And thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Senator Johnson, the sponsor of the bill, you recognize for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I definitely would have liked to see more of my testifiers here present. When we were crafting this bill, we spoke to the ADA coordinator, and he was adamant, very adamant, about not utilizing the disabled parking space. There's a lot. Never get the numbers of how many disabled folks out there. And I don't know if motor vehicle will have the information of how many folks have applied for disabled parking decal. By any chance, Mr. The Assistant Commissioner, do you have any figures or numbers with you?
I don't have it with me right now, but
Director?
I don't have it with me handy right now, but I could get back to you with that.
Okay,
Okay.
I'd appreciate if you could get that. So if the bill moves on to the next committee, at the time I will present to show the numbers. But in speaking to the director for ADA, he was very adamant about it, of not utilizing the handicapped parking space for pregnant mom because of the amount of folks that utilize those parking space. It's a challenge for them to get the space already. I remember downtown in Christian Street, right across from Government House, we had to negotiate with the taxi men them to allow us to put 2 spots there for disabled folks when they come to Government House, because there was no accessibility for a disabled person to park any place when coming to Government House to conduct business. And I know how serious it is when a disabled person come now that really needs that parking space that isn't there for them. And as I said earlier, there's businesses on St. Croix that already have those signs up, utilizing it, but there's no penalty whatsoever with it. So I definitely will ask my colleagues to let's look at it in its full totality, and I'm willing to listen to amendments and work with whoever I need to work with to make sure that we look out for our pregnant moms in this community. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Point of information.
Can you hold your point of information for just 3 minutes?
Yes, I
The
can.
committee will take a recess. Once we come back, you'll get your point of information. Thank you. We'll take a recess, 3 minutes. the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Thursday, June 22nd is back on record. Good, and cameras are ready right on her. Senator Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you very much. I also wanted to put on the record that I really wished that some of these officers from the police department and even individuals from the ADA was able to be here, because hearing information secondhand is, not satisfying for me. But what I want to put on the record is that my recommendation and suggestion, I really believe, would actually enhance those with disabilities that utilize the disability parking spaces. Because I'm going to look at, again, from a number standpoint, we more than likely have more individuals that are disabled and utilize those disabled parking spaces more than we would have pregnant women on an annual basis. So look at it from a mathematical standpoint. If one parking lot with 50 or more has 2 disabled parking spots, we now create a third one for pregnant women that more than likely, even based on the testimony, if we have 200 births, the average woman might be 1 out of 4 who might have a high-risk pregnancy or have major issues. That's actually 50 people if we're gonna go based on those numbers. So in actuality, if we do amend the disabled section of the law when it relates to the parking spaces, it would actually more than likely benefit individuals. So instead of making that one parking space that more than likely might stay empty for months at a time, by putting it under that section, the limited women that might utilize this space, you have to look at it additionally that when it's not being utilized, it's still open to give another parking spot with individuals that have other disabilities. We have to make combinations based on our population and size. Everything that happens in the United States identically cannot be mirrored here. And several states have the same, where they have changed their laws to temporarily include pregnant women as a temporary disability if they have issues or concerns. So that has been changed in several states. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator, and I'll state too that as I review the measure, other stakeholders such as private business owners and semi-autonomous instrumentalities or other organizations transacting businesses with the public, as stated in the bill, should have also had an opportunity to weigh in. And again, this is where data is so important. So as I look through the bill again, one of my concerns as well is for the police commissioner to have the sole authority to designate the total number of parking spaces which must be reserved for expectant mothers. So me, a private business owner, just got my rezoning done, or I'm already zoned to open up this boutique shopping center and whatnot. The police commissioner is going to come and dictate to me how much parking spaces that I'm supposed to have. I have a concern with that. You're not even telling me that I shall have at least one parking space for them. You're telling me that the police commissioner shall have this authority to designate the total number of parking spaces. And then we did receive testimony from the Bureau of Motor Vehicle. I said, wow, the really, okay, I'll skip that portion. My point to that is we heard the testimony from the Bureau of Motor Vehicle. However, the testimony from the Bureau of Motor Vehicle did not even speak to their preparation for what's mandated for them in the bill. It states that the director of the Bureau of Motor Vehicle shall issue the director shall establish the expiration date. The director shall establish the expiration date for the parking permit, adding 12 months from the date the expectant mother gave birth. So, to the Assistant Director of Motor Vehicle, with regards to these shall, meaning your mandates, is the Bureau of Motor Vehicle in position to address all these mandates of your agency?
Yes, sir. Once the bill has been passed, we will make accommodations based on the mandates.
Okay, you will make accommodations.
Yes.
And then, as a sidebar to the Department of Public Works, if you're listening, a lot of these parking spaces are to be accompanied with signage. A lot of our signage throughout the island, not just the parking spaces, have gone with the previous hurricanes, have gone with auto accidents, etc. And the other day, I just started to make a count of how many stop signs I see laying down on the side of the road, or just the metal piece sticking up. So I just want to put that out there to the Department of Public Works for us to start addressing the signage throughout the island. But I don't want to get that clouded with what's before us, but this will be additional signs again if this measure were to be passed. Do we have any other alibis at this time, as we will not take a vote on this measure right this minute? But before the committee takes a break, is there any other member that has anything to be placed on the record? And it could be with regards to this bill or the previous bill that we have not taken action on yet. Sponsor the bill. Anything else you want to put on there? Not at this time. St. Thomas? So the correct time now is 11:44. We were to take a recess at 12 noon and return at 1. However, it's 11:44. We will take a recess at this time and return at 1 p.m. Now, there is a possibility that we can resume maybe 15 minutes or 30 minutes before. So those of you, I'm not sure if I don't think BMV is on there, so he'll be excused. But if anyone is listening that's part of the second block with the with regards to the bill number 35-0045, the medical parole, if you are listening, we will resume at 1, but with a possibility of resuming 15 to 30 minutes before 1. So please listen out. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Thursday. Let me back up. Mr. Lafan, again, thank you for your participation, your involvement today, and the input from the Bureau of Motor Vehicle. I want to encourage you all to continue doing the great things that we're hearing that the agency is doing. And I also want to put it out there, too, for our law enforcement agencies, not only the Virgin Islands Police Department, but all our law enforcement agencies out there. We have more than $1 million outstanding in vehicle registrations and whatnot. We're seeing a lot of vehicles out there with no license plates, unregistered vehicles, etc. This is too much monies out there. The good senator that proposed these two bills just spoke about monies for the coffers. These are monies for the coffers that are just sitting out there, and we just need to see some strict enforcement going on. Again, Mr. Lafan, thank you and the fine employees of the Bureau of Motor Vehicle. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Thursday, June 22nd, 2023 is on recess and to resume by 1 p.m. Thank you. the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Thursday, June 22nd, 2023 is back on record. Prior to me, before I give the recap, let me just recognize the presence of our Senate President, Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., non-committee member, for the first time. Well, welcome. Earlier this morning, we heard two bills that we have not taken action on just yet. We'll move through all three bills before we take the vote. However, we did do Bill number 35-0035, an act amending Title 20 Virgin Islands Code, expanding the definition of disabled veteran for the purposes of eligibility for a handicap window decal, and also Bill number 35-0046, an act amending Title 20 Virgin Islands Code to establish parking for expectant mothers and mothers with newborns. In the first bill, we had testimony from in-person testimony online from the Bureau of Motor Vehicles. Delivering the testimony was Assistant Director LaFont. And we did receive correspondence from the Office of Veterans Affairs from Director Farrell. Bill 35-0046, we did hear from the Virgin Islands Police Department through correspondence from Acting Commissioner Brooks. Also testimony from the Bureau of Motor Vehicles, the Assistant Director again, and representing Dr. Sproul, Obstetrics and Gynecology, we did receive testimony as well. So thank you for those, and at the appropriate time, we'll call for the motion for those two, but at this time, we'll move right into Block 2 this afternoon. Madam Clerk, can I have you read what's before us in Block number 2?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Block 2, 1 p.m. Bill number 350045, an act amending Title 5 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 407 relating to eligibility for parole by adding Section 4601A to establish medical parole as a basis for parole, further amending Title 5 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 407 by adding Section 4601B to establish geriatric parole as a basis for parole and for other related purposes. Testifiers invited are Dennis Howell, the chairman of the VI Parole Board, Chesley Roebuck, vice chair of the VI Parole Board, Bentley Thomas, member of the VI Parole Board, and Dr. Linda Carlwood, medical director, VI Bureau of Corrections. The end of the agenda.
I didn't hear the ending part. What'd you say?
Dr. Linda Carlwood, medical director, VI Bureau of Corrections.
Yeah, what you said after that?
That's the end of the agenda.
Okay, but you keep saying it's soft. I don't know if the...
That's the end of the agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, ma'am. And you know what? I might be in trouble. I'm gonna take a 2-minute recess. I did promise to notify the clerk's office if we were gonna convene prior to 1 p.m. We did not convene prior to, but I'm not seeing the clerk. I know sometimes they do it remotely. But let me just make sure that we are being recorded by a stenographer. We'll take a 2-minute recess. the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Thursday, June 22nd, 2023 is back on record. And we do have a stenographer, so we may proceed. So at this time, who speaks to Bill number 35? That's prior to that, let me just have the testifier that's before us introduce himself.
Good afternoon, honorable senators. My name is Dennis Howell.
Thank you, sir. Representing?
I'm representing the Virgin Islands Board of Parole.
And you're the chairman.
I am the chairman, yes, sir.
Thank you. Is there anyone else online that we should be aware of?
I invited the other active board members, which is Pastor Chesley Roebuck and Pastor Dr. Bentley Thomas. I am not sure. Pastor Thomas, he's off island at this point, but Pastor Roebuck is here, and he may have had a surgery today or tomorrow. I'm not completely sure.
Thank you. Wish him Godspeed. So we don't think we have anyone online, so just one testifier before us. Madam Clerk, you have any correspondence from the Bureau of Corrections?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed.
I have an email from Dr. Linda Carwood dated June 22nd. Good afternoon. Unfortunately, I will not be able to attend the session today. In the future, please direct all requests for my presence to my boss, Dr. Winnie Testamark. Your cooperation is greatly appreciated. Your Linda C. Carwood, MD.
Thank you. Let the record reflect, though, that these invitations were sent to the respective agencies, and if it wasn't sent directly to the agency head, it was definitely copied to the agency head, and the office responded that they've acknowledged receipt. So again, we find ourselves in this predicament where key agencies are not present to partake in these discussions. However, we'll proceed. Who speaks to this bill, Bill 35, that's 0045?
I do.
Senator Johnson, you're recognized for the introduction of 35, that's 0045.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Before I even start to proceed with the introduction of this bill, on the 15th of this month, coming back from the island of St. Thomas, I ran into Director Winnie Testamark. And Director Winnie Testamark told me that the medical director, Dr. Linda Carwood, would be here today to testify. And I find this, to be very disrespectful to this first branch of government, that folks are not showing up in these matters. I come to work every day, I have to work, I have to show up, I have to represent the people. And measures as serious as this that will assist the Bureau of Correction with the overload, with the medical expenditures. As a matter of fact, in one of the committee that you chair.
One sec, Senator, I don't mean to be stronghold. I'll allow you that time to speak on that, but at this time, just introduce a measure before us before we get there. Thanks.
My bill gonna speak for itself, and I still want the record to reveal very fast and early that I spoke to these folks, and I know in this same committee, we asked the director of Bureau of Correction to send us the cost for the medical expenditures. Bill number 350045, an act amending Title 5 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 407, relating to eligibility for parole by adding Section 461A to establish medical parole as a bias for parole further amending Title 5, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 407, by adding Section 461B to establish geriatric parole as a basis for parole and for other related purposes. The Bureau of Correction finds itself, as we speak here today, with a lot of aging prisoners, real old. And while you're in prison, you can't get Medicaid, Medicare, and even if you're entitled to Social Security, you can't collect those benefits. So the burden is left to the Bureau. The burden is left to the people of this territory. An exorbitant price we are paying. Some of these cases, you can't get no more to these individuals, but it's costing this territory millions of dollars. And I sure hope, Mr. Chair, that we pursue getting this information for the cost, the medical expenditure costs, what it costs with our prisoners that are sick and ailing. And at some point in time, I will question Mr. Howell in regards to when he released someone on parole, how much it saves the Bureau and the people of this territory if they are fit to meet these parole. But we cannot continue playing games knowing that the people of this territory is paying a price. In fact, some of your prisoners might have detainers on them. And if they have a detainer and they're eligible for the medical parole or the geriatric parole, when they are released, they will be sent back to their country of their destination. The immigration will take them right away the minute that has happened, pick them up, detain them, and return them to their country. But we're here playing games with these exorbitant costs, millions of dollars. And today we're here, and nobody from the Bureau of Correction is here. And I'm going to say it, and I'll put it on the record. On the 15th of this month, coming back the day after session, I spoke to Director Winnie Tessamark, and she allowed me that the medical director would be here. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. And just for clarification, on the record, that section that we'll be discussing is 4601A. 4601A, not 461A. Mr. Howell, you're recognized for your testimony at this time.
Once again, let me say good afternoon, honorable senators. My name is Dennis Howell, a member of the Board of Parole or Parole Board. We interchange those two. The other active members are Pastor Chesley Roebuck and Pastor Dr. Bentley Thomas. The Board of Parole thanks you for the opportunity to comment on the proposed changes amending Title 5 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 407, Bill Number 35-0045. The board is obligated to follow the published law. For purposes of the testimony, we remain neutral as to how the legislation should be acted upon. Our aim is to provide information that will make the decision beneficial to the government of the Virgin Islands, the victim or victims, and their family members, those incarcerated, and their families. So it's the garment of everyone. The proposed bill as written can serve a dual purpose. First, it would be a significant cost reduction to the government of the Virgin Islands by reducing costs for medical and or specialized care and prescription medicine. Due to the Bureau of Corrections' limited facility and service capacity, the bill may reduce the cost of housing prisoners and possibly increase service capacity as the number of prisoners decreases. While this cannot be the only reason, it is a much-needed relief. In reference to the new proposed section 4601A, and sometimes you'll hear me say alpha, and 4601B, you might hear me say bravo, consider those Consideration should include, but not limited to, 1. It is crucial that parameters are in place to monitor the activities of the parolees. With technological advancements and increased use of social media, a stipulation should be added to not engage in illegal activities via these mediums. 2, wherever the time limit mentioned in the proposed bill reference 60 days, it should read 60 to 90 days. Why? This adjustment accounts for requests coming before the board within 30 days of the statutory meetings in subsection 4602, which is the first week in June and December, to conduct the regular parole board hearings. While we understand compassions for the terminally ill, we cannot abdicate our other statutory duties to facilitate these requests. In reference to 4601 Bravo, the board is concerned that the verbiage in 4601 Bravo, Boleg F Foxtrot, Boleg 1, and it reads, and I quote, "The sentence imposed on prisoner and percentage of time served," end of quote. That's our concern, that little piece. It's not clear as to the intent of the law. It should reflect the percentage of time to be served in fractions. Example, 1/4, 1/3, 1/2, etc. Additionally, which is another concern of ours, language should be added as to address when a person commits a crime at the age close to 65 or after 65, and the prisoner suddenly becomes incapacitated and falls into the provisions of 4601A and or 4601B. We ask this body to consider the following when acting on this bill. There is overcrowding at the facilities, and prison beds should be reserved for the highest risk offenders. Please note, risk categories change as time in incarceration lengthens. Hence, a comprehensive risk assessment administered by a clinical forensic psychologist or psychiatrist should be done to determine the current risk level. The board believes that provision should be made to, and I quote, "create hope / incentives," end of quote, which equals, and I quote, "good behavior / rehabilitative efforts." What am I saying? These two provisions will create hope that will incentivize rehabilitation. That is needed. We urge the body to consider mental health concerns that affect prison population as well as the safety of officers and staff. We ask the body to consider expanding, listen to this, please, 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 I ask you to please listen to this one. We ask the body to consider expanding the good time credit for all inmates. I believe right now it's 6 days per month. If we extended at least 2 more days, time to get out of prison will be a lot faster and it will save a lot of money. This may prove beneficial to the system. Again, adding more days of good time credit on a monthly basis will incentivize inmates to do better and hopefully reduce infractions. We hope that our input will help in your quest to get this legislation thoroughly vetted. I am here and I remain here available to answer any question or questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Howell. At this time, we will open the discussions to senators. We'll do a 5. Excuse me? We'll do a 5-minute round at this time, and we'll start again with Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good
afternoon to my colleagues, to the people of the territory. Good afternoon.
You're loud and clear.
Okay. It's not loud over on this side, so we really don't know.
Okay.
Good afternoon to my colleagues, to the people of the territory, to the testifier. As it relates to Bill 35-0045, as it currently stands, I have way too many questions to honestly say that I could vote in the affirmative for this piece of legislation. Unfortunately, the individual that is here today, who is the chairman of the Parole Board, Mr. Howell, his perspective is they're staying neutral and will execute whatever the law says. He did share quite a bit of his thoughts on cost-saving measures, which I fully understand, but we have nobody here to really tell us what these potential cost-saving measures are. Like my colleague who is a sponsor of the bill shared, I too am disappointed that someone from the Bureau that houses our prisoners is not here to share that information that I would need to help me make an informed decision. My biggest concern from going through the bill, there's a lot of things in here that would need to be tweaked, changed, updated. For example, there's exceptions for murderers as was listed here in the bill, but I have an issue with pedophiles. I have an issue with potentially letting out even older people, whether they're terminally ill or if they are just an older individual, if they've hurt children. I take that very, very personal. We live in a society, we don't have a murderer registry, we have a pedophile registry. Because clearly we see that as something that is way more detrimental. Or no, I'm not advocating when you take somebody's life, I think that's ridiculous and it's wrong. I too, in my own family, have had to deal with the murder of my brother, which is still unsolved. But at the end of the day, I'm saying there's quite a bit of things in here that I need information, I need conversation, I need testimony so I could make an informed decision as a representative on behalf of the people. There was another section in here that spoke to when it spoke to terminally ill prisoner, means a prisoner who has an incurable condition caused by illness or disease that is expected within a reasonable degree of medical certainty to produce death within 18 months, and who does not constitute a danger to himself or community. Okay, what happens if the person doesn't die in 18 months? I have seen people that are terminally ill that have lived, doctors have told them that they have lived. Do we put them back in jail and say, well, wait a minute, we already gave you a chance to die and you just happen to not die? I need information. I don't run on just, feel good things that I feel. And I also have to be an advocate for the victims as well. I keep hearing cost savings and how this could potentially save the government millions of dollars. But I also have to worry about the victims as to why these people are in jail in the first place. How did we have anyone come in from victims advocacy programs to really share how they might feel about this bill and give their opinion and testimony as to what aspects they think could be utilized or improved upon? I don't see anybody here for that. And that's a major concern for me. The reason why prisons exist is to take bad people out of society, whether we rehabilitate them or some of them belong in there for the rest of their lives. And when we're going to be saying, well, okay, you're terminally ill, so you have an excuse, you're getting older, you have an excuse. It would depend on what some of these crimes are. I can't really subscribe to age and I also look at it from another standpoint. What if you have an elderly gentleman or woman that has been in jail for years? They have been diagnosed with a terminally illness. You attempt to let them out of prison. What kind of provisions are there? Because now are we transferring the cost of taking care of this elderly person to the family? Who's going to take care of them at that point? Because at some point, it's still going to end up on the government, because human services, other governmental agencies will have to take on these costs, because some of these people can't work if they're older, as we're speaking. Some of them can't take care of themselves if they're terminally ill. Who is going to take responsibility when you are going to parole them out? If some of them are incapacitated according to what
30
this
seconds.
document is saying, I need testimony. I need information. And I cannot make a decision if nobody's here really to tell me why. What is the situation? What is the cost effectiveness of this? What is the benefits? And I also need to hear from the victim side as to why they feel this could either benefit our community or do not feel that this is in the best interest of our community. So as a representative of the people of this territory, I would suggest that this bill be held until we could have another hearing when testifiers are actually here to give us the necessary information so we could make a responsible decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. Now we'll move to Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Minority Leader, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. In viewing and present. You know, as a former police, you know, we look at the law from one side and we put them in the prison. And my colleague, the bill sponsor, have been on the opposite side where he has helped secure them in the prison. So I applaud the intent of this bill. But some of the things that struck me was if we're going to list any crime as an exception to the rule, such as murder, then we would have to list sexual crimes, crimes against children. So we could go down a gamut of lists. So to me, if you're terminally ill to the point where it's definitely that you're not going to survive your prison term, then it should be across the board, I feel. Just my opinion. Now, one of the most important factors for me, as a former police, is the victim. The victim who have suffered from this individual, and it's like, you know, some people, they go in jail and they, as people say, they find the Lord and they repent and turn themselves around to where they are now in life. But back then, when you were injuring me, murdering me, raping me, those were things that you didn't consider. So it's for me to have mercy. So I could support the bill in terms of having mercy. But in terms of listing a crime and to have murder as that one crime, the only exception, I personally would rather see you take out that, or you make a list, or you put in a time frame and different things like that. But again, it's a bill that I can support. I haven't been, you know, in law enforcement for a very long time. But that's one thing to me that needs to be addressed. So if it's something that we could get together and fix, or we move to the next level and amend it before rules or whatever, I will be open to both sides of that decision. But as it stands for right now, I don't think it should be where we put the parameters based on crimes, because an illness is an illness is an illness. If you're terminally ill, you're terminally ill whether you committed any crime. So if we go just have compassion for everyone else except someone who has taken someone's life, then I think we should look at the whole idea of what we're trying to do differently. So I don't really have any major questions other than that commentary, Mr. Chair, and I'd like to apologize for missing the first half. I had a previous engagement that I was able to run out and get out of and come right back. So I'm happy to be here, and thank you for holding out the vote so I could render my vote on the next bills when they all come up. But for this particular bill, I can stand in support of it if we could amend it to move it forward and amend it, or make a decision in this committee as a body of this committee. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Minority Leader. Next up, Mr. Vice Chair, Senator Ray Fonseca, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and pleasant good afternoon to all the listening audience. Bill number 35-0045, I wanted to discuss a couple things here, right? Because, 90% of the persons in the prisons will eventually return to our community. 90% of them will eventually return to our community. And, we have to look at the government side, the family side, and the victim side. There's several sides to this. In particular, getting to gun violence. Murder, crimes against sexual we call it rape and stuff, and children. Oh boy, I can't see you letting them folks out, but it's a terminally ill stuff. But I want to go back to the cost, because the cost is real, because I've been saying that every time a trigger is pulled, speaking specifically by gun violence, it costs $175,000 just to put the person in jail. You got the police, got to go there to the scene. You got the ambulance. You're involved in hospitals. Hopefully it's just one victim. You got the law enforcement. You got the attorney general involved. You got the public attorney if they don't have to pay for themselves. You have a big trial. And then it gets to the Bureau of Corrections, where they finally, if guilty, go to jail. That is more than the $175,000. So if someone is in jail for, say, 20 years, just imagine how much it costs a VI. But this bill here is talking about a significant cost reduction for the government by reducing the medical care. Medical care and specialized medical care is very expensive. And the VI government, they testified here before us, the OMB, that there's only 4 days of cash on hand. So, ladies and gentlemen, the money has to come from somewhere, and we have to look at prevention. We have to look at ways to prevent the persons from going in jail by giving the Attorney General other options to instead of criminal sentence, to recommend, certain other types of punishment, work time, et cetera, et cetera. We must, as a government, reduce the cost, but I can't see myself supporting at this time this measure without having some type of comments from the victims and the families of those that have been injured. It's a good bill, but I would like to hear from the victims, those that have lost their loved one, because sometimes I don't want to say it, right, but sometimes the kind of crime you commit, you deserve to be in jail. Some of these crimes are real brutal. So I am not ready. I can understand that the prisons are overcrowded, and that's I don't want to say inhumane conditions. There's overcrowding. You want prisoners to have a decent and sanitary living conditions, and and then of course the good credit. We have to give time
1
for
minute.
good credit. I can understand giving a prisoner time for good credit, but at this time, without hearing from the victims' families, Mr. Chair, I cannot support this bill at that time. It's a good bill, but I think it needs to go to public comment. And thank you very much for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Senate President Francis, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to my colleagues.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to Mr. Howell, and of course, good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. I have my concern about this particular measure. However, in regards to, and I know that we've heard the issue of being former law enforcement officer, which I've been as well, is a lot of time we have spent time arresting individuals, and I expect that, that they'll spend, time in prison for the purpose of rehabilitation, and that when they come back out, they'll become good model citizens. One thing I've learned over the years is that expectation is not always met. And obviously, I know that my colleagues spoke about 90% of the individuals will come out of prison, but you also got to be mindful that 78% of them will reoffend and go right back into the prison as well. So rehabilitation is critical, and preparing them to come back out into the environment is also important. I too will say that it would have been good if we had a lot more testimony in regards to this particular measure that we're moving forward today. But when I look at this, I see that this bill, what it does is create categories by which the parole board will then be able to give consideration to those individuals that could be released and for what they could be released for. The automatic passage of this legislation in no way, shape, or form will mean that somebody will just go free. They still have a mechanism, they still have a process by which we have implored the or empowered the authority of a parole board to make sure that they meet certain conditions in order for those individuals to be released. So my first question to Mr. Howell is in respect to, if you could just briefly discuss, when individuals come before the parole board, what is it? What is it that you look for in addition to speaking to family members and looking at all other measures by which you are able to then make a decision? Can you just briefly put on record what are some of the criteria that you look for when considering a parolee?
Yes, Senator. In fact, that's a real good question. And for the other senators, before the board hearing is conducted, we will receive the package several weeks in advance. What we will do as the board itself, individually, we go through each package to make sure that all of the information is in the package. For instance, your judgment and commitment, your timesheet, any infraction that may have done, and of course, you would not be eligible for parole if you committed an infraction within 180 days prior to the actual board itself. So yes, you may have, your record may have sent, but then we're going to eliminate you because now you're no longer eligible. We look at all of the paperwork, and if we feel satisfied with the paperwork, then the hearing will be conducted. We ask for especially the victim or victims, and some of those are dead people. We ask for family members. Can you come forward and testify as to the reason why this prisoner should be released or should not be released? And believe it or not, you do have some victim families, and even some victim will say, just go ahead, he served X amount of time, just let him. And that's true. We have had that before. But it doesn't necessarily mean that the board is going to release that individual, because based on the severity of the crime that's committed and the time that the individual may have spent.
1 minute.
We ask, on the other side, the inmate, that person could actually have 3 individuals come and testify why or write any kind of correspondence. And we have those. When we put them all together, we interview the actual prisoner. And at that point, we will then make a decision as to whether or not we feel that that individual has been rehabilitated or need more time. In addition, what may happen in the judgment and commitment, we find in some cases where the individual, when the individual came to jail, he or she should have done certain things based on the judgment of commitment, never done. It's kind of hard. If you came in because you had a substance abuse problem and you was never treated for substance abuse, I don't care how long you've been in jail, you cannot be released because you have not been treated.
Okay. And what about incapacitation? I think that a lot of times, and the subject matter that we're discussing here today is those individuals that may be terminally ill, incapacitated, and that there's a tremendous amount of expense that then come to the government of the Virgin Islands or the people of the Virgin Islands that then have to pay for this individual. What about incapacitation? Is that also considered in your release?
If the individual comes before the board and they're incapacitated, depending on the severity, then yes, it gives us something else, another level to actually ponder upon. But it doesn't necessarily mean right now that that individual will even be released. All right? And let me give you one little statistics. I hope I don't get in trouble for this here, right? We actually paid last year, we paying over $570 a day for one prisoner who is that sick. That's a lot of money. That's equate to about $16,000, $17,000 a month, which is about $215-ish thousand a year for that one prisoner. So when we start talking about this cost, it's a real cost. It's not paper. This is a real cost. But like you said, and I respect the senators, maybe people from the Bureau of Corrections should be here also.
Very well. And, for me, a lot of times when Mr. Chair, if I may just wrap up, sir.
You sure may.
Thank you. And a lot of times when we talk about, paying for the penalty that have been committed, while those individuals are paying, the government of the Virgin Islands is also paying significantly for the crime that a particular individual committed. So we have to be mindful of being able to ensure that we're creating that balance. But you touch on the issue of mental health or behavioral health, which is near and dear to my heart. I wonder if you could expand on the chair's time, the concern that you wanted us to be mindful of. I am sure I'm very mindful of what you want to say about it, but I wish you could just touch on the behavioral health concern that you have that you would like us to be aware of as well. Thank you.
Yes, sir. I think if you put 10 people, if you gather 10 people, 9 of those 10 individuals, I guarantee you, is experience some sort of mental health. Just extrapolate that into a prison population. You're not accustomed of being in a cage, and now you're locked up in a cage. Your cycle is going to go. But not only that, well, you did something to get here, but think about those officers who are not fully trained that now must deal with those individuals. Think about the staff who has to do all of the paperwork to get that individual some sort of care outside of the prison so that we don't have riots, so that we don't have all of these infractions. It's a problem. And I feel with this bill, like I said, we want to be neutral, but we have input. I think it's something that should be seriously considered. And I understand, Senator Alma Francis, you are so right. That one area about murder, that should be taken out completely. The same like Senator DeGraff. I do understand that. But beyond that, we're going to think about the victim first before we think about that illness. So I could assure you the board is about the victim, because once a person is raped, for example, and that prisoner is out on the street, that person is going to go right back to that day and time when it happened. It's going to create problems. But if that person is terminally ill, it's a lot different.
Thank you for your response. Before I
Inquiry.
point of inquiry, Senator Francis Eiliger, you recognize?
Thank you. Point of inquiry to the testifier, through the chair to the testifier, Mr. Howell. I just would like to ask a question based on a scenario on how you potentially, as a board member, the board would potentially handle a situation like this. You have a 70-year-old male that has been in prison and is on a life sentence, and he's based on, if this law is passed, you now allow him to leave, whether it's for he's terminally ill. How would the board make a decision for that if the individual no longer has family? How would they get medical medical assistance? How would all of those things come into play with your decision-making process? Because at some point, you're transitioning it out from the prison system to where? That's the part I would need some assistance to get some clarity on.
Thank you, ma'am. One of the conditions of parole is that you must have a resident. If you just don't have a resident, you will not be paroled at all. In your particular scenario, no family around, no resident, then that individual will have to remain incarcerated probably for the rest of his or her life.
Could I just wrap up quickly, Mr. Chair?
Yes, through the chair, quickly.
Yeah, through the chair. And just to further just ask it's all in the same thing. So if the person is terminally ill and financial wise, how is that aspect? Say if they have a family member that will allow them to come and stay with them. Financial wise, how do you help then deal with the ailments of dealing with that terminally ill person? I'm just trying to make sure about the transition aspect from government to going back out into the public. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Once the individual is released from the Bureau of Correction, there is absolutely no more contact with the exception of reporting to the probation officer. That's it. The Bureau of Correction will not spend another penny on this individual. And that is one of the problems with this particular bill. I give you a quick example. We had people like Senator Johnson, I believe, talked about, who may have been on a detainer. A detainer is where you got yourself in trouble, you spent time in jail, but you weren't a citizen. At the end of your prison term, you have to go back to your country of origin. We had people was fearful of going back to their country only because there was not the medical facility available and the cost factor. So they would have preferred to stay in prison. Well, when we make our decision to parole, we're not looking at that. You parole, you're a detainer, ICE will come and pick you up and send you back to your original country.
Okay. Well, thank you for that additional information.
Thank you, Senator Francis Eiliger. I certainly support the measure before us. And as I always or often said, no bill is a perfect bill, but we could definitely work this out. What I would like to see is more dialogue with stakeholders, with the Attorney General's office, the Office of Public Defender, even from the Parole Division, etc. And Chairman Howell, you really piqued my interest when you responded to, I believe it was the Senate President, regarding rehabilitation of our inmates, and that when they come before the parole board, those individuals who don't meet certain threshold will not be able to proceed. For instance, if they came in and they had what you call it? They had a drug problem, and they had to go through some type of drug rehabilitation. And you now at the board level find out that they have not done anything with regards to this drug problem that they have. Then they're not qualified to go out the door. But at the same time, our government have a responsibility to these inmates as well, that to rehabilitate them for reintroduction into the community, which sends me back, and I have my staff looking for that. Some time ago, some inmates, Virgin Islands inmates, wrote to the governor, I think all 15 senators, I know I received it, and it addressed the lack of services that are required by Virgin Islands Code to our prisoners while they're serving off island. We pay a significant amount of monies for these individuals as well, being housed off island. And I don't recall receiving a full response to the letter. What I recall receiving was an email or something saying that we will work on it. And I guess they're still working on it. That doesn't satisfy my inquiry. But I wholeheartedly agree with you that if they don't meet that qualification, then they can't go forward. This is certainly a cost-saving and humanitarian measure. Statistics show that the elderly have a very low risk of reoffending. It's unfortunate we don't have the Bureau of Corrections here to provide further information. And, geriatric prisons, or prison populations, rather, presents a challenge to state governments struggling to control costs in their economy, especially in a weakened economy, rendering early release for some prisoners, especially those who did not commit violent offenses, increasingly viable. Now, geriatric, let's not get this wrong now. Geriatric refers to the health care of older people. And the U.S. Census, in doing some reading, I see that the U.S. Census Bureau actually defines general elderly population as those 65 and older. But the National Commission on Correctional Health Care uses 55 as the threshold for elderly inmates. Do you have a threshold for elderly inmates that you would utilize otherwise on the parole board, or no?
Well, to be honest, also, the state of California even go all the way down to 50 years as being old in prison.
But I didn't want to go there yet. That's what I'm just asking. I saw all of that too.
Okay.
Some have gone down to 50.
Yes.
But I'm just asking you on the Virgin Islands Parole Board whether or not you have this in your policy.
No, sir. But I could agree with 65. In fact, I could even agree with 60.
Okay. But no, my question was simply whether or not you
No, Senator,
have
we
a
don't.
threshold.
No, Senator.
Okay. Let me, before we go to the bill sponsor, let me recognize our chairperson of the Rules and Judiciary Committee, Senator Diane T. Capehart. Welcome. And yes, you're recognized for your 5 minutes to weigh in on this. The bill sponsor usually speaks last on it, so he could bring up the rear. So you may proceed. Then, okay, you don't want your 5 minutes?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands, and good afternoon to our testifier here today. I just came to the legislature after going to some meetings and everything today, and the last bill on this block, I just thought I needed to weigh in because it's kind of personal for me. Recently, there was an inmate that passed away in prison, Mr. Maduro. He had been in prison for years, from the time I know myself as a little girl. And he just wanted to come out to die at home. He never had that opportunity. So for me, this would be for him supporting this legislation. But I just have a few questions as it pertains to if a prisoner decided to apply for the geriatric parole, what would be the first steps? And forgive me if this was answered before, but I'm just coming into this committee meeting that I'm not a member of. So what would be the first step?
The first step will be to submit an application, but he must meet whatever is approved or agreed upon in 4601 Bravo B, because that's a geriatric piece.
Okay. Would a physician have to submit something to the parole board?
Yes, sir. It has to be certified by a physician.
Okay.
And the director must approve of it also.
Would an attorney be involved in this process?
There should be no reason for the attorney, because I don't see what power or influence any attorney would have in a case like that. Remember, this is a prison-centric policy or law. So it's based on the individual who will be applying and those individuals who will be the approving authority, and it will come before the parole board for us to make that final decision.
Okay. And what would be the basis of a denial?
Well, we have, like I said, the victim is important in this. Always, always, always. Whether it was 50 years ago, it was 25 years ago, or 5 years ago. The victim should have a say. Some people do have a way of forgiving. It happened so long ago, I forgive, let the individual out. That will help us to make a much better informed decision. But if the family members or even the victim or victims still in agreement that this individual should never leave the confine of the prison, that's not to say that person will never leave through the board, but that weighs a whole lot.
Okay. And what about if they were denied? Would they have the opportunity to appeal?
They could reapply.
Okay.
It's like the same like being denied the regular parole board. In our law, it says that that individual has an opportunity every 6 months to go before the parole board. So if you're denied in June, you don't commit any infractions within 180 days, you're eligible to go before the board again in December. And according to 4602, it says that we will have a regular parole board in the first week in June, the first week in December, and we stand by that. We always try to maintain that.
Okay. Thank you very much. So to the sponsor of this legislation, I just want to say thank you. If it reaches the full body, to rules, I would definitely support this legislation because, as I said, I had the opportunity to know somebody from the time I was a child, see them in prison all these years, and I would have liked to see them, go home peacefully at home, because I think he had been in jail for at least 30 plus years. So, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much,
you for this time.
Senator Keepard.
Point of information.
Yeah, give me 1 minute. I sit here and I listen, and I listen tentatively. And when I go through the bill, I realize there's a lot of folks haven't pretty much looked into the bill and understand that parole isn't just a must. And not because someone applied, they're going to get it. But Mr. Howell, when you go to an individual that's applied for parole, do you not speak to victims primarily, hear from the victims or the family?
Senator, when we have the individual in front of us, the person in jail, the inmate, one of the things that we will always let this individual realize that there was someone involved. If it's a person, you know, if it's theft, etc., no. But if it's a person, especially if it's murder, if it's some sort of sexual crime, etc., you beat up someone, you bust their head, you maim someone, yes, it's a victim. And so we bring that to the forefront so that they could understand. What we're looking for, believe it or not, is for that inmate to really accept his or her responsibility for doing what they may have done because they've already been convicted. We let them know this is not the court. This is just a hearing to see about your rehabilitation.
What I'm trying to get at, before a person even get parole or reach to you, victims are notified that this person is eligible. Am I right to say that?
That is correct. That's supposed to be done by the Bureau of Correction, and we ask that. Did you inform? And some people you just can't get in touch, and I will have information. Well, we try to call the Women's Coalition. We try to go back to the courts to find out the victim, and et cetera, et cetera. Yes,
so
that's important.
This is a very important piece of it because I hear some of my colleagues that they want to hear from the victims' acts and all of that, but you do that. You make sure that victims or family members are fully aware that this person is eligible.
At least the Bureau of Correction makes an attempt to inform those individuals. I'm not saying that they all are notified because that's not true. Some you can't even find.
Sometimes you can't find a family member or even the victim if there's somebody that survived whatever happened. What do you think needs to actually be done to even make this piece of measure stronger? What would you offer to me?
That's a good question. Of course, I said I'm going to be neutral, but this piece I cannot be neutral on. We have an Alpha, we have a Bravo. I think there should be a Charlie. And I hope that I'm not being
I need to hear from you.
senators here, right? A Charlie piece is, what about you have someone who is a geriatric, just like you, ma'am, Senator Capehart, just like what you was talking about. Someone been in jail for so long, done everything possible, but because of the sentence, they will never leave the confines of the prison. That's that little piece that I believe should be a Charlie. For those individuals who were sentenced long, probably will never get out, but has done everything in the last 30, 40 years. Now they're 65, 70 years. That piece of legislation should be input into this bill so that, like I said, you create hope, right? And it equals to your behavior and your rehabilitation. That piece is needed because then you incentivize everyone that is coming to jail from the day they step foot in jail, even though they are in jail for life. And of course, you know, there are three types of life, of course, according to me, right? They're life with parole, they're just natural life, and then they're just life.
Life without parole.
Right? Life without parole. The life without parole is a problem. Okay, but the other two life, if you serve 15 years, you're going to be eligible for a parole hearing. Yeah. So that piece where you're not sick, you're not incapacitated, but you have done everything for so long, you might even be one of the trustees. I feel those individuals should be given an opportunity in this particular piece of legislation to be awarded an opportunity to at least be heard.
I definitely look forward in working with you to add that piece to it. But what I want to say that I've learned, right, that we are an unforgiving community. We are a very unforgiving community. And I learned that very fast. And I got to give this story here before I step out the chair. I said, Mr. Chair is there. I was to the St. John Festival when I was working with the Governor Mapp administration. The gentleman walked up to me and he said, "What did you do before you came to work for Governor Mapp?" And I said, "I worked to the Bureau of Correction." He said, "Oh, yeah, is that so?" And I will call this individual in because he has passed now. He said, "So have you met Mr. Charles Felix while working there?" I said, "Yeah, he's still in prison." He said, "What?" He said, "Charles Felix killed my father. And they should let this man go because he's been in prison so long." He said, "He killed my father by a mistake." Mr. Charles Felix and an individual had an argument. Mr. Charles Felix left, went, and Mr. Charles Felix was a correction officer. He left, went, got a weapon, come back. When he walked into the establishment, he saw someone dressed with a red shirt and a blue pants, which the person he was arguing with had on a red shirt and a blue pants. And he just shot the person and killed them. He killed the wrong person. His son, the gentleman that passed, son, said to me, "Y'all should lose that man. He did enough time." Charles Felix came out of prison 81, 82 years old.
He just actually was released about 2 years ago.
Yeah, about 2 years ago, but he passed. I understand that he passed. But I'm saying all of this to say that these measures, geriatric and medical, does not just let anybody walk out like that. In this piece of legislation, there's a long process and a lengthy process that individual will have to go through, including a medical doctor. I stand here today and say, I wish correction was here. What do I do? Go and put on handcuff and bring them here? We invited them. They choose not to show up. You know, I come to work every day and I'm going to continue coming to work. But I know that this measure is going to help us in a long way and in the long run. And I sure hope that I could work with my colleagues to do whatever is necessary to put in whatever amendment needs to be put in to make sure that this measure go forward, because it could only help the Virgin Islands. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your point of information?
Yes, thank you.
Information or inquiry?
Point of information.
Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you. I want to put on the record, because while I'm sitting here listening to some of the testimony, it almost sounds like there's a romanticizing the way that some of these stories are being presented, as if though time is a healer of everything. You know, unfortunately, for some, they say that a man was not allowed to go home and die at home, but the individual that he murdered wasn't allowed to ever live again for the same 50 years that he was in prison. So as much as we want to have compassion for individuals that have been able to live an additional 30, 40, 50 years, while sometimes the people whose lives they have taken is not even here to say, hey, I still have an issue with this person coming out of prison. And when you can't find family members, you know, I still have to represent that voice as well. So like I said, I don't have an issue with understanding what this bill is about. I don't have an issue with us gathering information, but that's the problem I'm having. We're not getting that information because nobody's here. We're not hearing from the Board of Corrections. We haven't heard from any advocates. And, you know, when you said, well, it's going to go towards the parole board at some point to listen to the victims. The point is, the only people that pass laws is the legislature. And I am the person right now at this stage of this law who needs to hear from any type of victims or advocates. I can't sit around and say, oh, willy-nilly, you know, it's eventually going to get to the parole board. I'll let them deal with that. No. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger needs to deal with that right now.
Thank you.
So I would really appreciate if we have testimony from people that are stakeholders and actually have the data and information to help us make better informed decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. As we proceed, any more inquiries or information? As we, Senate President, you're recognized for your point of inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Howell, in respect to you notice that in the first part, the preamble of the measure as well, where they talk about the wherefore clauses and also give definition. Do you see any area that could be improved upon those definitions? Any additional info that could be added there to this measure as we contemplate this bill? Of course, with your interaction on the board, I mean, you perhaps mightn't be able to answer it now, but I think you could be able to consider and look at the definitions and see if there's anything there that would help to strengthen the measure or at least bring some clarity or resolution as the bill is contemplated.
Senator, when I look at what is terminally ill, I could definitely agree with that. Permanently incapacitated, I definitely could agree with those. I have to agree with Senator Alma Francis Heiliger in terms of when we identify only murderers. I think that should be stricken completely, right? Okay, sorry, Senator DeGraff. I think that should be stricken completely. Because when you're terminally ill, that's it. I mean, it don't make a difference if you took up a bottle of water or whatever the crime may have been. So, yes, I could agree with the terminology and the explanation for the terminology. But if I could just say...
The question was if there's any additional that you believe that should be added to it.
No, those are the two big ones, really. Because with the geriatric, you're talking about someone that is incapacitated, someone who just can't wipe their butt, who can't do nothing for themselves. But, you know, I have a lot of ideas, but it's not for this particular. And I did mention some of this to the past directors. And if you listen to what I have to say, I think we could go a lot further and we could do things that is out of the ordinary. If you're familiar with Washington, D.C., there is almost no prison in Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C. used to house all of their prisoners in Lorton, Virginia. I have some things I could actually say about that, but in a completely different forum. That will help the Virgin Islands and our facility problem. You know, we could have a jail or prison in Florida, a Virgin Islands prison in Florida, see, wake up everyone at this point. But things like this, if you start listening to us, you will realize we could do a whole lot of things that will be beneficial to the Virgin Islands.
That's it? All right. Mr. Chairman Howell, I'm listening to your responses, and each time I got to take some notes. And to one of your responses earlier, I think to the bill sponsor regarding the 3 types of life sentences, and that life without parole is problematic. I want to use this time to remind department and agency heads and commissions and board members like yourselves that part of your responsibility is to recommend changes, language to this body so that we can address these type of things that affects your area of work. So don't let it just be problematic. If it is problematic to you, then by all means, get that to us in writing so that we can amend the law, have the discussion and amend the law. If we all agree, it's passed. But let's not just sit back and not make these antiquated laws get the best of us.
Senator, that's the word I was going to use, antiquated also. If you look at this particular section of the law, Title 5, Subtitle 3, Criminal Procedure, Part 3, Correctional Services, Chapter 407, Parole, and 4602, Meetings of the Board of Parole. You know what it has in here? It said the Board of Parole, provided for in Section 256 of Title 3, shall meet semi-annually at where? Richmond Penitentiary. Can you imagine that? People
Again,
don't even know what's Richmond Penitentiary. This entire thing needs to be revised.
Hence my reason for using the word antiquated.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
So I will suggest that you get with Senator Johnson or any member of this committee or any member of the legislature, period, that y'all can work with and go through the code that affects your area and bring it to our attention, because there's 15 of us, but we don't go through the entire code each and every day. But you're absolutely correct. There's still areas in the code that refers to not only public safety, but that the fire director reports to the police commissioner. So these are antiquated, but before we recess to see how we, Senator, you said you didn't want to bring up the rear and you had a chance in the chair, but if you would like to, I will grant it to you in a few minutes. But the chair has the floor at this time. Sir, thank you. No, that's just I wanted to, going back to, again, the services that you spoke of, Chairman Howell. On or about May 24th, 2023, and I'll use the leverage of the chair to read this short letter into the record, because people need to understand we don't just sit back. Some inmates in Florida, at a detention facility in Florida, wrote to us. And I immediately wrote to Director Winnie Testamark, dated May 24, 2023, and said, I hope this letter reaches you well. I write today with concerns about the Virgin Islands inmates incarcerated on the United States mainland, particularly those at the Citrus County Detention Facility in Lecanto, Florida. As you and I know, the rehabilitation of these inmates is of utmost priority to us as a community. Yet it is my understanding that this facility does not offer educational nor vocational training programs to those held there, which is in direct conflict with existing Virgin Islands law. If this is indeed the case, I ask that you immediately take steps to transfer our inmates to a facility that provides such programs as they are essential to reform, or return them back home to our local prison facility. Directly, I would like to know, have you or your staff visited this facility recently to determine the availability of educational and/or vocational programs at the institution as per Title 5, Section 4503, and if so, when was the last time? Have you done a prior assessment of the off-island facilities where our Virgin Islands prisoners or inmates are currently being held? If so, kindly forward those reports to my office for review. Further, it is my understanding that jails are typically used to detain persons awaiting trial or sentencing, and sentenced prisoners or inmates are housed at prisons. Citrus County Detention Facility, to my understanding, is exactly that, a detention center. And so therefore, our sentenced prisoners or inmates should not be held there, particularly without the programs required under Virgin Islands law. The Virgin Islands government spends millions of dollars each year to house our prisoners outside the territory, and we must ensure their well-being, whatever their crimes. Further, I urge you to complete the necessary repairs at John A. Bell Correctional Facility so that some of these individuals may return home. In being transparent, the governor, delegate to Congress, and all members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands received an email dated May 21st, 2023 from Isaiah Lincoln, and the email outlined conditions at Citrus County Detention Facility. Therefore, having knowledge of such, I am compelled to inquire whether Virgin Islands laws are being adhered to. I look forward to your timely response in this matter. This was May 24th. What's today's date? June 22nd. We have yet to get a direct response to this regard. Instead, what we got was email. We sent this on May 24th. What we got, based on our inquiry again from them, on June 7th, we got an email from them asking for a copy of the letter sent to us. What copy you need? I sent you a document asking for you to provide us with information. That's what should have been done, and that's what irritates us at times when we come here and we send invitations for them to be here and then they don't show up. This is problematic as well. And I don't have a problem subpoenaing people. I don't have a problem doing a vote of no confidence when people ain't doing what they're supposed to do. Because this body don't have the authority to get rid of them when they ain't doing their job. But we got to do better. The committee will hear from the bill sponsor, Senator Johnson. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I sit here and I listen to you read the letter, and every day that I come to work here and the Department of the Bureau of Correction come inside here, I think my voice is a bit the biggest voice. I've even brought a measure forward saying that this director needs to go, as plain as it can be. And I'm going to make sure everything that I have to do, I always be on the record. And I said on the 15th of this month, I met the director on the airport. And we spoke a little bit about this measure. But she assured me that the doctor was going to be here. Most of her conversation is about building prison. And I said this before, you're going to come right in front of us. I'm telling you all, nobody come to me telling me about building a prison before we build about 5 schools. Nobody. It's going to be hell and high waters inside here. Because these type of measures helps. They helps. I understand my colleagues' frustration right now of not having someone in front of us to answer these questions. This bill didn't just pop up. This bill been in the makings for quite some time. Folks was invited to come, they didn't show up. Everybody said to me, I always want to get all rowdy, and I have to get rowdy because people are getting paid to do a job and they're not delivering. They're not showing up to work. I always used to say this, when somebody asks you for a job, ask them if they want to work. Okay, it's easy to get a job and collect a check, but come and perform. Come and do the job you're being paid for. The director didn't even send a letter, some email. When did that email come? May I ask Madam Clerk when she received the email that she read from the director, Mr. Chair?
Madam Clerk?
The letter was received today at 12:33 p.m.
That's an email?
Email from Dr. Colwood.
12:30, they inform us about a hearing that we had scheduled. 12:30 today. They tell us they can't come. And we must reschedule. My colleagues have all right to be angry. And I know they're not angry with me or this piece of legislation. They're angry because they can't ask the pertinent questions for they to have a sound decision to make as to where should we go with this. But I assure you, the Virgin Islands ain't the first that will be doing a geriatric bill. And we sure ain't going to be the last. Many states do this and do it successfully. Nobody that are in prison could get Medicaid, Medicare, or Social Security, even if they're entitled to it. But if they are released and they have family members, because this is part of this bill, somebody has to be willing to accept them. We are not going to lose them on the street. We're not going to do that. This measure does not say that. They have to have a family member willing to accept them. They'll be able to get a Medicaid or the Medicare. And if they did have employment prior to coming to prison, when they walk out, at that age, they will be able to collect their social. You can't collect it while you're in prison. Federal government don't do that. And they ain't going to do it now. But I sure do know and remember Mr. Maduro. In fact, one of my tour to the facility, I saw him laying up in a bed there. Can't do much for himself. The prisoner, the officers them is who had to pretty much take care of him when nighttime come. You talk about cleaning feces. You talk about dealing with a man that not fully sound. But we don't stop and understand what the staff in that Bureau of Correction going through under the directorship of Ms. Winnie Testamark. I go always make my voice loud and clear about what I know about the Bureau, how I know it could function. These are the reason for this type of bill. They tell us it's millions of dollars. They disregard this legislature all the time. In the last Rules Committee, I asked for the Bureau of Correction to send us the cost for medical expenses. Mr. Chair, have you received that as up to this time? The medical expenditures for the Bureau of Correction, what it costs medically for holding our prisoners in the mainland or any place. And that's something that we request. But as long as we sit here and allow them to do what they're doing to us, they ain't going to stop. They'll continue doing it. We're the first branch of government. Let's start acting like that and hold people accountable. Mr. Howell, I want to say thank you very much. And if anything else you want to put on the record at this time that will assist us with this piece of measure going forward, please do so. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Mr. Chair of the Parole Board, Howell, do you wish to, we're going to end at this time. I'll give you 30 seconds to give a closeout, or if you want to add anything else to the record before we take a brief recess to return to take action on these bills before us.
Yes, sir. Just quickly, I do have some statistics in terms of costs, and this is at the beginning of this fiscal year. And this cost is only for the prisoners not housed in the Virgin Islands. And we pay approximately $415,000 per month for prisoners outside of the Virgin Islands. Now, I'm not sure if this cost includes everything, the housing, the meal, the medicine, the medical, etc., but it's $415,000 a month. No, $415,000 a month. If you put that out into 12 months, we're talking about $4.8 or $4.9 million per year. And you talked about billing schools instead of prison. I would like to have a conversation with you off of the record, because I could tell you what we could use this money for, and it could be quite effective. But I want to thank the committee for having us here and having myself. I apologize for my board members, but we are willing to come back and chat with you at any time. I like to say this, though. I wish my buddies was here so that they could bring it up because it doesn't affect me at all. I've been on the board for quite a while, and I say this without
Unequivocally.
equivocate. Okay. I have never accepted a stipend from the parole board. So it's not about me. I've been here for a long time, never accept a stipend, and probably will never accept a stipend. But for my colleagues, my buddies, what they receive for a day, it needs to change. It really needs to change. I will say, you know, if West Indian Company, DAC is giving $1,500.
Is this part of your closing, sir?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
I will say if you could give them at least $300 for each visit, because it's not a whole lot of time that we actually spend doing this here. We spend it outside, but not when we come together. So that will be a good amount. And one last thing, if you give me 10 seconds.
Of course, this is your closing.
If you have never been inside of a prison, senators, take an opportunity to go, because you will realize what this bill is all about. And you will actually come back with a different sense to say, you know, geriatric, old age, perhaps, regardless of the crime, these people should be given an opportunity to live the rest of their life outside of a cage. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Chairman Howell, for your input, and thank you and your team for all that you do with regards to your parole board duties and responsibilities. I would tell you, though, that I look forward to seeing something in the near future from the board with regards to these antiquated laws that you referred to today, so that we can make some amendments. A lot of people are watching and listening, and I'm sure they're concerned as well and would like to know that we didn't just have a conversation today, but that action will be taken to be able to change these laws.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Thursday, June 22nd, 2023 will recess for no more than 6 minutes, and we'll be back on record. It's now 2:38. Thank you. Colleagues in St. Thomas, stand by for a conference call quickly. Thank you. We need to do this in 5 minutes so that we could be back on record in 6 minutes. Thank you. the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Tuesday, June 22nd, 2023 is back on record. Again, as you are aware, this morning we had some technical difficulties, and I apologize for not getting back on record in 6 minutes. Again, the technical difficulties is beyond my control. At this time, do I hear a motion? Motion, Senator Johnson, you recognize for your motion?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move that Bill number 350035, an act amending Title 20 of the Virgin Islands Code, Part 2, Chapter 39, Section 436B, expanding and the definition of disabled veteran for the purpose of eligibility for a technical amendment, removing the word handicap and putting disabled, window decal, be voted on favorably in the Committee of Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety as amended, and be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Do I hear any second? Please put on the mics.
Francis and DeGraff second.
Second. Yeah, all of us second.
Thank you. Properly moved by Bill number 35, that's 0035, was properly moved by Senator Franklin D. Johnson, seconded by Senators Francis Heiliger, Dwayne M. DeGraff, and Ray Fonseca, and Javon E. James Sr. Roll call.
Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr., Senator Bolquez absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff,
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Ray Fonseca,
Yes.
Senator Fonseca, yes. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger,
Yes.
Senator Heiliger, yes. Senator Javon E. James Sr., Senator James, yes. Senator Franklin D. Johnson,
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yes. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens,
Yes.
Senator Gittens, yes. Mr. Chair, we have 6 yes, 1 absent.
Thank you. Bill number 35, that's 0035, an act amending Title 20 of the Virgin Islands Code, expanding the definition of disabled veteran for the purposes of eligibility for a disabled window decal, was voted upon favorably here in this committee and will be forwarded to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further action. And prior to this motion, I failed to recognize Senator Giovanni James Sr., but based on his vote, you could tell that he's here. Welcome. Senator Johnson, you recognize for your second motion?
Mr. Chair, I move to hold Bill number 350046 in this committee for further discussion. I so move.
Second.
Properly moved by Senator Johnson, second by Senator James and Senator DeGraff. Any objection?
Yeah. No objection.
Objection.
Objection. All right. Roll call. Objected to by Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Roll call on Bill number 35, that's 0046.
Senator Angel Bolquez Jr., Senator Bolquez absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff,
No.
Senator DeGraff, no. Senator Ray Fonseca,
No.
Senator Fonseca, no. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger,
No.
no. Senator Francis Heiliger, no. Senator Javon E. James Sr., Senator Javon E. James Sr., no. Senator Franklin D. Johnson,
Yay.
Senator,
Don't interrupt.
Gittens, yes.
I didn't ask. Senator Johnson, yes. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens,
Yes.
Senator Gittens, yes. Mr. Chair, we have 3 yes, 3 no, 1 absent.
Motion fails.
3 yes, 3 no, 1 absent.
It failed. Yeah.
Fail.
The
Motion fail.
anyone changed? You said,
Dragging this out.
But it should have been phoned.
Uh, Madam Clerk, what was Senator James Senior?
Senator James Senior's vote is reflected as yes.
This vote is to hold.
Yes.
Yes.
So
Yes.
three
So
no,
his please change his vote to yes.
It's yes.
And that's the 3-3?
Yes. Senator James, Senator Johnson, Senator Gittins, yes.
All right, the motion fails. Bill number 35, that's 0046, an act amending Title 20 Virgin Islands Code for expectant mothers of mothers with newborns has failed. Do I hear a motion?
Motion.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I move that Bill number 35-0045, an act amending Title 5 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 407, relating to the eligibility for parole by adding Section 46. Oh, no.
We got to finish the other one. We ain't vote on it
Oh,
yet.
no. Mr. Chair, I withdraw my motion.
Thank you. The committee will recess for 2 minutes at this time. The Committee on Rules and Judiciary, the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Thursday, June 22nd, 2023 is back on record. Do I hear a motion so we could dispose of 35-0046? Motion. Senator Johnson, you recognize for your motion. Please recognize the mic of Senator Johnson, St. Croix.
Mr. Chair, I move that bill number 35-0046, an act amending Title 20 Virgin Islands Code, Part 2, Chapter 43, Subchapter 1, to establish parking for expecting mothers or mothers with newborn, be voted on favorably in the Committee of Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, and be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Johnson, seconded by Senator James Sr. Roll call. That's Senator Javon James. Thank you. Roll call on bill number 35-0046.
Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Senator Angel Bolkes Jr. absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
No.
Senator DeGraff, no. Senator Ray Fonseca.
No.
Senator Fonseca, no. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
No.
Senator Francis Heiliger, no. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yes. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yes. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Senator Gittens, no. Mr. Chair, you have 2 yes, 4 no, 1 absent.
Thank you. Motion carries. Bill number 35-0046 has failed. Motion. Senator Johnson, you recognize for your motion.
Mr. Chair, I move to hold bill number 35-0045 in this committee for further discussion. I so move.
Second.
Properly moved by Senator Johnson, seconded by Senator Javon James, Senator Francis Heiliger, and Senator Fonseca. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Motion, Senator Johnson.
Mr. Chair and colleagues, I move to subpoena BOC Director Winnie Testamark to appear before this committee at a time and date determined by the chair and to have her provide the information regarding off-island inmates that was requested of her on May 24, 2023. I so move.
Second.
Properly moved by Senator Johnson, seconded by Senator James Sr., Dwayne DeGraff, Ray Fonseca, and Alma Francis Heiliger. So ordered, we will ask council. Let's do a roll call on that as well, although we have all those seconds. Roll call on the subpoena of the Bureau of Corrections Director.
Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes Jr. absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yes.
Senator Fonseca, yes. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Heiliger, yes. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yes. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yes.
Senator Johnson, yes. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens.
Yes.
Senator Gittens, yes. Mr. Chair, you have 6 yes, 1 absent.
Thank you. The motion to subpoena the Bureau of Corrections Director Winnie Testamark before this committee has been voted upon favorably and will be referred to the Office of the President and the Chief Legal Counsel. Point of personal privilege, Senator James Sr., you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. I would just like to take my time to explain why I voted yes on bill number 35-0046. It was an attempt to save it. That way it can be further discussed and amended, but obviously it failed. But I just want to say kudos to the sponsor of the measure for attempting to help our mothers and newborns in the territory. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Senator James Sr. Senator Francis Heiliger, you recognize for your point of personal privilege.
Thank you. I would like to say thank you to the testifiers that did come, as well as the individuals that participated today, my colleagues. I was in 100% support of making sure that our veterans get all the benefits and assistance that they need. I do support the bill when it comes to dealing with age and geriatrics, as well as potentially some terminally ill individuals. I applaud my colleague for bringing forth that piece of legislation, and hopefully, since we subpoenaed the testifiers, if they're able to come and give us the necessary information for us to then amend that piece of legislation, I am sure it will be a benefit to the people of the territory. That is my hope. As it relates to the second bill, 35-0046, I am not in support of that piece of legislation. As I clearly articulated earlier today, we have to look at things across the board, from numbers, as well as speaking to several women that have been pregnant. Most of them shared with me they didn't think it was necessary, as well as the data does not support the need of this. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity, and I hope you guys have a blessed day.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. You do the same. Just before we close out, I wanted to take the opportunity to let St. Johnians know that the Senate President has, in fact, called for a committee of the whole hearing regarding the land swap. That has been a major discussion in the past few weeks. This is regarding the land swap on St. John, and the hearing is scheduled for 3 p.m. July 11th. So I'm just putting it out there for St. Johnians to be aware that there will be a committee on the whole hearing on the land swap on Tuesday, July 11th, 3 p.m., and this will take place on St. John. This will give an opportunity for you to make your voices be heard, and I hope to see the place jam-packed. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety have vetted 3 bills today, and bill number 35-0035 regarding the Disabled Veterans Decal has been moved properly to the Rules and Judiciary Committee. Bill number 35-0046 to establish parking for expectant mothers have failed, and bill number 35-0045, an act amending Virgin Islands Code Title V regarding geriatric parole, was held in committee for further action. Also, there was a motion for a subpoena of the Bureau of Corrections director, which also passed, and that was the action of the committee this afternoon. I want to thank all involved for the preparation of today's hearing, staff, testifiers, viewing and listening audiences. Thank you for your participation. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Thursday, June 22nd, 2023 is hereby adjourned.